like that?
And welcome back to the Mountain Outpost. I'm your host, Zach Marion, and I am with the one, the only, now race director. We can add that to your resume. Hillary Yang, how are you?
What's up? I am more exhausted than I've ever been running a race myself, and race directing is hard work.
It is. It is a lot. It is absolutely a lot of hard work. And I want to talk to you a lot about this. First off, the audience, welcome to the happy hour. We're going to discuss the race, the logistics, the everything behind it. And we are also going to be joined in a few moments by Rachel Intrican and Jimmy Elam, our champions, our inaugural champions here on the course. So, but first, I do really want to talk to you, Hillary, a lot about this because I know this has been your baby for the last quite a while. Not just a year. It's been a couple years.
Couple years now, yeah.
Yeah, and last year you had Sally McRae out here scouting the course, giving it a go. What was the inspiration behind this? Why Mammoth?
Well, I mean, I love 200s. Coming from being involved in 200s, the Destination Trail for a long time, I sort of have realized how cool they are and what an opportunity they are to tell stories and really take people on a journey. Like, you can't help but go on a journey when you're going out there for multi-days. And so I think just being out in the Eastern Sierra, getting involved in trailfest from the beginning and seeing Tim's love for this community and this area and also falling in love with it. Coming from Canada and moving down here and then finding this incredible mountain range has just made me be like, this is so cool here and it's so different than anything I've ever experienced. And so really the whole idea came out of that. It was just like, there's nothing like this in this area. Like, what could we do? Like, what would be a really cool thing for people to see out of this area? And so Tim and I started working on it. He did a lot of work on the permit side of things. So we sort of tag teamed it. I was doing all the sort of branding and the getting it up and running and the sponsors and all that. And he was working on just like how to push this thing through, like 5 different permitting agencies, Forest Service, getting all the communities involved. It's really been fun to see it all come together. It's kind of incredible that we're here. And, you know, we launched in in January, and we're very open about the fact that we were waiting for our permits, and then there was a whole bunch of issues with government shutdowns, and that slowed everything down for a while. So we really didn't know how and if we were going to get to this day. But yeah, it's pretty cool to be here, and it's pretty like, I just keep having these moments where I watch the live broadcast and I'm like, oh, this is our race. Like, this is so sick. And then I'm like, oh, this is so cool. So it's been like a surreal trip for me.
I remember, I mean, you helped us commentate, and you did some work over at Cocodona 250. And, you know, it's one thing when you're watching this other race go on, but then when you're watching it and then just that clicks in your mind of like, oh, no, this is our race now. Like, now we're doing this. I can only imagine just that feeling is just absolutely like surreal at times.
It is, and it feels so much bigger than me and Tim already in year one, which is also really cool. And so many people have left their mark on the race, and so many volunteers have just been out there crushing it. And I've just heard from the runners like what a difference that's making. And it's very humbling to be part of something that really takes so many people to pull off. Like, it's, you know, we dreamed it up, but there's no way we could make it happen without everyone else involved. And so it feels very special.
Absolutely. You mentioned it was bigger than you. And my next question to you and wanted to talk to you about is like, people don't understand the logistics that go behind the scenes to make something like this happen. I mean, it's hard for, you know, you talk about marathon race directors, you're like, oh my goodness, you know, I've got 18 aid stations and 25 miles to set up, et cetera. And you're like, yeah, I've got 200 miles to cover. So talk to me a little bit about the process behind the scenes, because I got the sneak peek here. I'm right across the hall from HQ. And so I got to see all the fires you were putting out. Now, talk to me a little bit about on your side of things, kind of how the logistics planning went into it, and kind of how you've had to adjust on the fly with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll never look at an aid station the same way again, because now every time I go to one, I'm going to be like, wow, you have power? You've got a porta potty? You've got, like, how'd you do that? That's amazing. Just knowing how much work goes into and how much thought goes into all of those pieces, and just especially when these aid stations are so remote. But yeah, logistics of porta potties, trying to figure out how off-road they can get, trying to make maps for the porta potty drivers and make sure they end up in the right spot and not 2 miles down the road. Just so many things around that alone. And then you think about like power sources for these aid stations and runners and volunteers that are out there for multiple days, and how to keep them warm and how to get more food to them and all the stuff. And, you know, I think we made our best plan, and part of our plan for year one was honestly to be like a rolling aid station from HQ and sort of resupply everybody. And I think that has mostly worked, but I also think it's worked at the expense of our sleep and sanity in many ways, because just the number of aid stations, having 17 aid stations open at once, having equipment that has to go from one to the other. Like, I have color-coded spreadsheets on like how long something's open, and then when we can steal their generator and when we can steal their stoves, and then shuttle it ahead to the next aid station. And so, you know, I think as we grow, there'll be a lot of acquiring more infrastructure, and it's a lot in year one to get all this, everything that you need for this thing. And so I look forward to kind of building that out now, and being able to not have to shuttle things quite as much. But yeah, it's just been kind of crazy. Tim and I both looked at each other on Friday night at 2 a.m. as he was getting back from like 16 hours of driving a truck around the course dropping water, and we were just like, buckle up.
Yeah, that was just the beginning.
That was just the beginning.
So it sounds like you've learned a lot of things over this first year. What's kind of the one thing that you want to take into next year where you're like, this was like the main lesson we've learned that we want to move into next year?
Yeah, ultra runners eat a lot of food, and their pacers eat a lot of food, and it turns out they love food, and they're really excited about the food part, and no one wants to eat instant mashed potatoes the whole race. And so, except for Rachel, who likes everything beige, and we did have a lot of beige food on the course. But I think the biggest thing I realize is like, just the food logistics are huge and different than other races that I've been involved in, and the real food side of it. And so just kind of like, yeah, we're going to go through probably 1,000 eggs out at June Mountain in this race. And that never seemed possible to me. And when you only have 125 runners plus pacers, right? But just, I think, realizing that with these multi-day events, people are really hungry and they need a lot of calories to keep going. And so I'm already thinking of like ways that we can beef that up and really bring that experience. And I think I'm really proud of what we've done for year one, especially since a lot of aid stations were given a single burner stove and just a frying pan and a pot, and we're told, good luck, you know. And I think people have been really resourceful, and we've had some fun things like the ramen stations and all that stuff. So you make the most of it, but I am looking forward to building that out and continuing to sort of think about how we feed people, because that's huge in these races. And honestly, I'm jealous. I always have trouble with my stomach during a race, but man, for all of you that can crush a burger and crush a whatever, a giant burrito, and then just get up and keep going, like, solid.
Yeah, it's amazing to me what people can eat. And I guess in a 200 it might be a little different. And I'm excited to talk to our champions about their nutrition strategy. But one thing that I do want to point out is you've got 62 runners on the course right now. You have 37 that have finished, 28 that weren't able to make it to the finish line. What does it mean to have those kind of numbers your first year when they're giving you their trust of like, okay, I want to join the Mammoth 200 team?
I mean, I think going into the race, I just kept looking at the start list, and I felt like I knew everyone's names by the time we got here. I actually wrote everyone a handwritten postcard to go with their pickup entry, which I don't know, guys, that might not be sustainable for forever as we grow, but for year one, I felt like it was really important to acknowledge every single person that did trust us with this experience. And, Tim and I think when Jimmy came across the finish line, Jimmy and Rachel, we looked at each other and we're like, okay, 2 down, 123 to go. But it was really just that sort of feeling of it's cool to see everyone finish and to finish their day, and also to meet the runners that come back after not finishing their day and just sort of hear their stories and what went wrong. And it's just all kind of part of this unknown experience on all sides. But I feel really proud of what we've put together. I feel like we've done a good job of keeping everyone safe and healthy. And I feel like the runners have just crushed it, and people are showing how resilient they are. And I mean, I just came in from a crazy hailstorm in the village, and we've had pockets of that around the course for the last couple of days. And, we've had lightning holds at aid stations where we've had to implement our emergency plan and really use it. And so, it's a good test of all the systems. And I just think, huge credit to everyone out there still, because they're really getting a lot of the weather that we missed on the first couple days, and having to continue after being drenched, and you don't necessarily have a change of clothes and all that. And so if anything, my admiration grows for the people that are out there that we're going to be welcoming in over the next, 30 hours or whatever it is, but it's probably more than that.
We don't count time.
We don't count time. What is
we know
time?
when it's over, and that's it. That's all that matters. Well, speaking of going into the unknown, conquering the unknown, and just really putting their trust in you, you have 2 people who are sitting with us right now who really had no idea what this course was about, and they gave it their all. They jumped into it. I mean, some of them spent weeks on the course figuring it out, but
some of them used to live here, but who's counting?
Right. So they went into this race as an unknown loop. Really, no one's done it before, but you were the first 2 finishers. First male, first female, first and second overall as well, which is fantastic.
First course records, a lot of firsts.
We've got some course records. We got the bar's been established. We've got Rachel Intrican and Jimmy Elam here with us. How are you doing, guys?
Doing really well. Thank you.
Good.
Awesome. Well, let's talk a lot about your guys' race, because we talked about what it takes to put this kind of race on. But I want to hear about your guys' day out there as the producer sitting back here watching the race unfold. It was awesome to watch you guys just kind of do your thing throughout the day. It seems like you both came in with a lot of fire and tenacity, ready to just kind of get after it, establish the mark, establish the the benchmark for what it takes out here at Mammoth 200. Jimmy, I'm going to start with you a little bit. You are from here, correct?
I'm from California. I did live out here for about 5 years after college, so spent quite a bit of time in Mammoth and the surrounding area. Lots of playing around, out in the mountains.
Did it feel like home? Did it feel like this is like a coming home and oh yeah, I know these trails, I know what's up?
It really did, yeah. So Tim actually moved out here right around the same time I did, and we have lots of memories out here together, and I thought it'd be really cool to come back and complete the loop in a place that just has so much sentimental value to me. So that was a huge motivational factor, I think, just getting it done.
Awesome. And Rachel, you spent some time out here prior
Yes.
to the race. How long were you out here?
I was only out here for 5 days, but I was able to cover about 120 miles in that time, I think. And then I covered about 30 or maybe 20 in the week before the race. So that was a questionable decision, but it worked out.
Seems to have worked out just fine for you.
I guess I cannot complain.
I heard you were out here for quite some time. You got to experience a lot of the course. What was your mindset going into this? After having seen some of the course, did it change your perception of your game plan at all, or what you were going to come into?
I think I knew it was going to be fast if you wanted to be at the pointy end of the race, particularly because, the first 40 miles, I would say, are on trail, but they're kind of a net downhill. I would say. So, I mean, it can be quite fast. And then that middle section it's rolly. So the gain does kind of cumulatively sneak up on you a little bit, but it seemed like it was runnable. So if you were able to manage the beginning and then kind of crank out through that last bit and then pray for the last 50 miles, then you would probably do well. And I think that's what I mean, that's kind of what I tend to do for the longer, like Cocodona. Now that I've done it a couple times, it's like, I think with 200s, like you run whenever you possibly can. But I think getting a little bit of insight on what the course actually looked like and what it felt like and what the ground looked like was it sandy? Was it rocky? Is it technical? Is it single track? That was helpful for sure.
Yeah. What did you encounter out there that you weren't expecting?
Wild horses. But but as far as like the actual course goes, I don't know. I mean, I lived in Los Angeles for 4 years, so I'm familiar with the Eastern Sierra corridor. I love the Eastern Sierra. So I think as far as the like western side of the course went, I wasn't that surprised by much. But what I was surprised by was the Glass Mountains and how high they got. I wasn't aware that it was like 10K over there of like altitude.
Higher than Mammoth Mountain, I believe, is
Yeah.
the top of Glass Mountain. We're not too far off that.
Yeah. So next year, let's summit that because that'd be fun. Haha, screw you guys.
Present
Summit
from
this.
Rachel Entrican.
You're welcome. But
Rachel's
yeah,
Pass is what we're gonna call it.
heck yeah, I'm game.
Everyone swears your name as they go
that's
through
fine.
the aid station.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you got to take a rock.
You have to take a rock.
Plenty of rocks up there.
Yeah, they're all obsidian, or a lot of them are obsidian, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I knew after course recon that Glass Mountains were going to be really special, and they are. They're really cool. I don't ever necessarily, especially in things that are as long as 200 miles, I don't really mind a bit of fire road because you can kind of turn off your brain and just like lock in a little bit, and that can be really relieving after navigating technical terrain for so long. And I mean, the first 50K to maybe even like 60K is pretty technical. So it was really nice to kind of get to a spot where it's like, cool, I can just kind of lock in, enjoy the ride, check out the sky, look at some cool rocks. It was nice.
Yeah, I don't know why people give like dirt roads a hard time. Like as a trail runner, it's like, oh, you're not on single track. It's not trail running. I'm like, but I'm still somewhere pretty cool. Like if it's a dirt road, it's probably somewhere remote. I'm going to enjoy where I'm at. I'm not looking at the like 5 feet in front of me.
I think double track's way underrated.
Agreed.
And then if you're like hanging out, like either racing with someone or you're next to your pacer or with friends on a training run, like it feels more like hanging out than a single track where you're like in a straight line, So I love it. I absolutely love the double track.
Yeah, same. I think single track, it's such a like overrated. Like, oh, if it's not, you're not a purist. I'm like, I'm still running.
I mean, single track is great. Single track is great, but I really like running side by side with my friends so that we can talk and stuff. So yeah, I agree. I think double track is underrated.
It was actually cool on the live stream. I felt like that really showed it off. There was a lot of times where there was these big sweeping drone shots, and then it was like you and Tara running together, or just like even at the beginning watching all of you guys together and being able to be side by side as this little like peloton instead of kind of all in a row. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. And the Glass Mountains have some sweet aspens. So I loved running through the aspen groves, and it was really cool at night to run through them too because your headlamp like reflects off the yellow leaves. It was perfect.
It's unbelievably quiet up there too. It's high and cold and quiet, and there's this like peacefulness with the night that it's really special back there. So I think that section was extremely intimidating to a lot of people, but when you're in the middle of it and as long as you're taking care of yourself, I think you can have a really good experience in the Glass Mountains.
Jimmy, you haven't really run through the night very often. You don't have a lot of experience in that, so I actually really want to hear. I mean, Rachel is an expert at this point of running through the night. She was looking forward to it the first time I saw her crew. Was like, yeah, dude, she's like stoked for the night. She's like ready to rage. But I'm curious about you because you've got an extensive background in running, obviously, and you've got some hundreds under your belt, some great results out there. But great results in a 100-miler usually means you don't spend a lot of time in the evening. So what was it like going through not one but two nights out there?
Yeah, I think that was the hardest part of the whole race, and I got to a point where it was even happening the first night where if I was hiking uphill, got my poles out and started hiking, I would get very, very tired. I would get super sleepy and a little dizzy, not really nauseous, but like dizzy, a little sleepy, and but then as soon as I started like running again, it would just go away. And it was like the wildest thing, because I thought it was like, maybe I'm just low on sugars and stuff, so I'd pop a gel and maybe it would help for a few minutes, but just get back into that like hiking mode and just get tired again. So I did sleep a little bit more than Rachel out there. I took 4 by 10 minute naps, had my first dirt nap, and those really saved me. Like I was like, kind of keeping track of where Rachel was, and if she was over an hour, I'd be like, cool, I'm just gonna nap. If she was like taking time down, because she was so much faster in the transitions than I was with the aid stations, and it's not like I don't know how to do it fast, but I just wanted to do it right, and like take my time a bit, it was super helpful, I think, for the night sections for me to take those like little nappies in the middle of the race. So
absolutely.
Weak. Just kidding.
I kind of love that, you're racing the course, but because there's no course record, like that benchmark maybe wasn't as relevant as the fact that Rachel's right on your butt behind you, I kinda like that.
Racing against Jimmy was my favorite part of this entire experience. Because, at Cocodona last year, I think it was just like we were pretty set in our positions, except for freaking Eder. But I felt like I was very set in my position for a long time. So it's like, cool, I just need to maintain this. But knowing that Jimmy was always like slightly within arm's reach.
An annoying amount ahead.
Yeah, it was really annoying.
Was that your game plan, just to like just
Annoy.
give her something to chase out there?
I didn't want to run. I guess that the winning time would be, I think, 44:45 when it came down to it. And I was, but I would have loved to run 47:48.
Yeah.
I really didn't want to run that fast. So I think it was annoying to both of us.
I enjoyed chasing you.
Yeah, it made it exciting for
Yeah.
sure. But I would have absolutely gone slower. Yeah, hands down.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, I would have taken a few more naps.
It was really fun from a race perspective. Like, I think my projections for our aid stations was 46 hours for our leaders. And then I kind of heard through the grapevine that you guys might think it goes a little faster. And so we sent out sort of a panic bat signal the day before the race of like, can you guys please be set up an hour earlier than that? Thank you.
And then you saw how fast we did the first 100 miles in, and you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah. Speaking of, I think there
that was
were some
weird.
PRs.
That was weird.
100-mile distance for both of you.
100-mile PR, yeah, by like 10 minutes.
Was it really?
Well, here's the thing is, because I got lost for a bit early on, so if on my watch time for 100 miles, it was absolutely PR. It was like 17:30 in 100 miles. But on the race marking for 100 miles where it was, I think it was maybe 17:50 or something like that. But my Run Rabbit would, I think, be my 100-mile PR, and that was like 17:38 or 17:40. But
jeez.
yeah, it was fast. It felt pretty fast. It wasn't uncomfortable because there was a lot of downhill.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, and it is flowy, fast, single track. But you're still at altitude. You're still up high. You still have to summit Mammoth and get down Dragon's Back. Like it's
not easy.
It's not easy.
Not easy.
So I was actually a little blown away. I'm like, well, here we go. Let's see what happens. Everyone's doing this right now. Like my competitors are doing this, so we're going for it.
Yeah, I was expecting my 100-mile split to be ideally closer to 20 hours.
I was guessing 20 as well.
Yeah, but
we were
oops.
hoping for 20. It would have made our lives a lot easier because that's the plan we had, and then we had to adjust everything based on you guys going a little fast. So.
Yeah.
Thanks for those high
You're
stress
welcome.
moments. I'm sure she can confirm as well. On the production side, I was like making all the calls. I'm like, you guys got to move to the next area. They're like, we haven't got in the middle of the pack yet. I'm like, I know, just go. Like the front is like pulling this thing out.
Yeah.
And there's still like 15K climbing too in the first half? Like it's kind of split up like not too much different. The second half feels so much harder.
It does.
That
Well,
kinda
for
makes
obvious
sense.
reasons.
Right.
It felt like this last 50K was a lot of rolly uphill.
It was
don't know.
way, yeah.
Was it uphill?
way net
Confirm.
uphill, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, and sand.
Yeah.
But
From our perspective, it's like, on one hand, I'm having to adjust everything and all that, but also it's so exciting. And it was sort of like, bring it on. Like, I want to see what's possible on this course. And so the fact that you guys were pushing each other like that was just a really cool storyline. So, yeah, it was really fun to watch. And it was just like, can they keep this up,
yeah. I figured I always like to tier my goals so that I can finish no matter what and just be like stoked about it. And I figured if I had like a day, just a boring, like run of the mill, like some things went wrong and I could manage them okay, I thought I would be sub 50. And then if I had a really good day, I thought I'd be sub 48. And then if I had an excellent day, I was hoping for sub 47. And I remember because what was my time? 46.50?
46.50.
Okay.
Ayo.
I don't know. But I remember I picked up my last pacer and I was like, hey, like, I don't know how math works right now because I haven't slept in 2 days, but like, I think I want to try to go for my A goal. And that A goal was sub 47. Like, do you know how to math right now? And like, can we make that happen? And he was like, listen, I'll push you if you need me to, but like, I'm just going to follow your lead because you're looking like that's going to happen. So anyway, I was happy I'm hoping, and I think we both did a really good job of like setting up the new course record so that it's like, I think they'll be challenging.
Shouldn't be a walk in the park for the next
No,
steps.
I think they can be beat, but I don't think it'll be easy.
Yeah, and let's be real, we had pretty fantastic conditions for those 2 days. Like, it was great. You know, it wasn't crazy cold. It wasn't wet. We got moisture on the course.
I didn't get rained on.
Well, before.
Oh, I see.
Before
Yeah,
the
you guys
start.
had
Yeah.
those storms a few days before.
Which really helps with like the whole glass mountains and some of those sections that are notoriously crazy sandy and slow. So I think the Obsidian Dome area doesn't matter how much rain. It's just going to be like
sucks.
Yeah, it just sucks. But I think it really helps some sections just be a bit faster. So
Yeah, I agree.
It wasn't crazy hot either, and it could be really hot out there. So
Yeah, I got a little warm going into Lee Vining a touch, and then coming out of Lee Vining it got a little hot, but like, it was. We really had, especially seeing what people are going through now. I feel really fortunate that I was sitting in bed and not getting hailed on at the top of Mammoth Mountain.
It wasn't a repeat of Cocodona.
No, but I really, to be fair though, I didn't mind Cocodona's weather because I was coming from the winter in Colorado and that was just what I'd been training in. So to get that suddenly now, I would have probably complained a lot more.
I'm curious for both of you guys, like how the race itself stacks up as far as difficulty. Like I think a lot of people saw all the aid stations in support and maybe thought beginner friendly 200, whereas our hope and intention was just to support runners through the 200, but I don't think it's a beginner course. I think it's like got its own challenges and maybe the elevation profile is like sneaky, like it doesn't show how hard it is in times. So in your experiences having run it, comparing it, I know Jimmy, you haven't done another 200, but just like as far as sort of overall degree of difficulty, like did it match up with your expectations? Was it harder or easier?
Yeah, I thought it was really freaking hard. But you're right, I don't have too much to go off of. I'm certain it's harder than it looks on paper. You know, I was like looking on like Reddit forums, months ago leading up, and obviously you have trolls who are trash talking everything, but people saying like, oh, it only has 30K climbing or 35K, like that's nothing. But obviously they're not here racing, I'm sure. But it was very hard. It was harder than I expected, and I also ran a little faster than I expected too. But as far as the course is set up, I think I went into the race telling friends and you that like it's a runner's course. I do feel like as a 200 goes, and again I can't compare it directly to any other 200, but I feel like overall, if you're trying to go out and race it fast, like you have to be a really good runner. Whereas in other races you might be able to get away with just being a really good hiker. So there's just so much running.
There is a lot of running. I do think that 200s are getting to the point now where you can't hike your way to the top. I don't know. It almost felt like this was two separate 100-mile races, to be honest with you. It's like for half of the course it was maybe double track or fire road, and it's all very runnable. And then for the other, like the western side of the course, it was like a technical 100-miler. So I actually really liked the kind of dichotomy of like you really have to be good at both in order to, I think, succeed at this race. And I've done a couple 48s, but those are usually on like tracks or whatever. And then really the only other 200-mile experience I have is Cocodona. But I feel like this one was a little tricky, I thought, because with Cocodona, you have, I think, maybe like a similar amount of aid stations, but especially towards, the first 30 miles of Cocodona, you have like one water drop. And so it felt like in this race in particular, it is much more like you're spending long amounts of time by yourself without aid. Maybe you have a water drop, but like you really have to be pretty self-sufficient for like 12 to 13 miles, like on average, it felt like during this one. And I liked that. But it was something, because I mean, in Cocodona, sometimes it's like, cool, 8 miles to the next one. I felt like for Cocodona, I was on my own after the first day, I was on my own for 8 miles max most of the time. And for this one, it was like, I felt more like it was, 12 miles or so. So I thought that was something that I didn't think about coming into this. But while I was out there, it's like, how many miles to the next aid station? 15. Okay. Like it made it uniquely challenging, and I liked that.
Yeah, it did seem a little long at points, and I'm not saying that I suggest adding aid stations,
Agreed.
But it's more of like you really have to be a master of managing yourself and your gear and your nutrition and your hydration, all that stuff. Like you have to be dialed. You can't like slip up and get away with it that easy.
Yeah, and I think, Jimmy was mentioning this a little bit earlier, but the aid station stops, you really have to make sure that you're dialed with those stops, because it might be 3 hours till you're at the next aid station. So you really, it's so funny that you think I was fast in the aid stations, because I thought you were hauling. So that's the reason why I was going so fast.
Yeah, from what my crew was telling me is like I was running much faster, and then I would take twice as much time at aid. And I actually spent like 5 hours last night like watching the live stream. By the way. I was like, I'm actually not that tired. I guess I'll just watch the live stream.
The numbers, I appreciate it.
And it was amazing. Like footage is absolutely stunning. It's unbelievable. But so I was actually tracking. I was like at like Crater Mountain, for example. I spent like half an hour there or something, and you were in and out in 15 minutes or less. And I was like, that was like what I was hearing was like very typical of the day. And then I would like make up time again on the run, and then be like, how much time do I have? Oh, you have an hour and a half. Okay, I'll take a nap. And then like next thing I know, you're an hour behind me, and I'm like, okay, like just enough, but
yeah,
not enough to like if something went wrong, like I needed.
You were talking about, and I eavesdropping between you and Tim and people out there. You were talking about how on that last section, that last climb, because race directors, whether here or Cocodona, are notorious for let's send you up the tallest peak
what the
closest to
heck?
the finish line.
Yeah, that was messed up.
Like we're gonna loop you
around. 200
around
miles already. Just let us go.
So you said that you were going up that climb, and you were worried that you were going slow enough that if she was within that hour, she was still within striking distance.
Absolutely. Yeah, I believe she
did I
could've
scare you?
caught me.
I was scary.
Well, no, I. Okay, yeah.
So
a little bit.
A little bit. There was some fear.
If like kind of I think that rest of that night went how like it was trending too, it would have been dangerous. Yeah, she could have seen my lights, and if
I was looking.
And I know she felt better than I did on that final climb and descent. It could have happened, absolutely. I went inside at the top of the mountain and like sat down for a few minutes.
I didn't even
to, like,
stop at that aid
I pounded
station.
a couple gels, and like gels the last thing I wanted and like could have, but I was like, I have to if I want to make it down. Just my energy levels were shot, and I was getting that like dizziness that I was talking about. Super dizzy that entire climb. It's not even really like that hard of a climb, right? But after you've run 210 miles at that point or something, or like it was really hard for me. Yeah, that was like I got to get down. I need to be done.
Yeah, that was actually a fun part of the story to follow. And like going back there, so we're staying at like the Mammoth Mountain and like halfway up the mountain. And I the other day was like, oh, I'm gonna run down to the village. I ended up taking a wrong turn and running up to Minaret. And half the time out there, I was like, this is kind of like it felt like I was rolling downhill, but also like kind of like punchy climbs. And I was like, oh, feels like I'm going back down to the village, but I ended up on top of Minaret. So like all that to be said is like, yeah, that climb isn't super aggressive. But again, with 200 miles on your legs and at 11,000 feet, I'm sure it's much more difficult than you wanted it to be, at least.
Yeah, my legs were great, but it was like my head and my stomach. And I was just like done like eating while running and like, all that nutrition stuff. It's just like, what can I take in now? Because it's constantly changing. But surprisingly, like my legs were great the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah. Like one thing that I've noticed for both of you, and talking about the aid stations and your transitions, that's the first thing I noticed on the first day. I got to go to 2 aid stations, and I was like setting up gear when you guys rolled in, and it was interesting in that like you're both extremely dialed in exactly what you want, exactly what you need to do. It felt like, I was watching a NASCAR pit stop with Rachel. Her crew was just like bottle, gel, food. What do you need? You good? Okay, now get along. Like go for it. And you were a lot more intentional. I'm sitting down. I'm eating this ramen. Like I don't want to, but I'm going to eat the whole thing. I don't think I've ever seen anyone crush a cup of noodles as fast as you did. That was like
I love ramen,
dude.
So
that was
much.
so impressive
Yeah.
to see you just like.
Oh, I
shoot
need to
that
watch
thing
this,
down.
I guess.
It was pretty.
I was
intense.
shoveling it. Yeah.
I was
shoveling it.
impressed.
Yeah.
I got the video on my phone.
Okay, I'll have to
great.
watch it.
It was pretty great.
I need to watch it.
Like Dude took down a whole jet boil full of ramen in
Dang.
like maybe 15
It
seconds.
saved me. Yeah, it
15
saved me.
seconds?
It was like
It was-
like 5
Did you
slurps
chew
and the
it?
noodles were gone.
You
Or was
don't-
it just like
no,
yonk?
Well, you take a couple bites. You're not like chewing it like that much. I just like you can
Whoa.
just swallow.
No,
it.
I think
Okay,
there was
then.
like three chews the entire
MVP status. My
It was,
God.
It was pretty.
Ramen works, yeah. If any folks are listening, they haven't tried it, like give it a shot. But I actually, this is kind of funny. The weeks leading up to the race, Ann and I would go to the grocery store and we'd pick as many different ramens as possible to like taste test them.
What did you
Like,
go
that's
with?
what you wanted
What
out
did you
there?
go with?
I mean, it was just like a basic ramen that just like it actually like most of them will have like 100 ingredients and you're like, what even is all this stuff? So we went to like natural grocers and got the healthy ones. But it's just like I just want carbs, sodium, a little bit of protein. Like I don't need anything fancy. So they weren't like magical ramens by any
Chili,
means.
shrimp,
But, yeah,
lime,
no,
whatever.
Nothing. I was like,
Okay.
yeah, as long as it's not spicy, because I had a spicy one and went for a run. It was no good. But the rest were
Good to know,
great.
good to know.
And yeah, I thought it was just so hilarious every day. Like, got some new ramen. Let's test it out.
That's funny.
Hillary, I gotta ask, how much ramen is on the course right now? I've seen you packing around just like boxes of ramen.
Oh yeah, like I have a video I keep meaning to post on my social media when I have time of me in grocery outlet yesterday, and that was like probably the 6th time I've been in there. They all know who I am now. We're on first
Aw.
name basis, but my cart was packed to the brim with noodles. It was a mountain of them, and then when I went over the speed bump outside to go to the car, they all just went sliding off. But yeah, no, there's a lot of ramen on the course. If I had to estimate, probably, I don't know, 1,200 things of ramen have been consumed on this race course. And we had to like the aid stations in the Glass Mountains, just sort of thinking about the remoteness and the challenge of cooking out there. Ramen was like an easy one. And so it's funny, Sawmill Meadow and Crooked Meadows, they both sort of came up with a ramen theme like independently, and I didn't want to disappoint them. So I was like, we can do ramen for everybody. And it was awesome. We had a Korean ramen station at the first one, and then we had a Japanese ramen one at the second one with rice balls.
The rice balls were awesome.
Billy's balls.
I discovered rice and broth is
Yeah.
fantastic. Like, because you don't have to,
Totally.
it's ramen, but you don't have to chew it.
Yeah, you just slurp
And it was great. So
My-
I was
my
talking.
first-
I was
oh, sorry,
talking.
go.
I was talking to Kevin, kind of like debriefing today and yesterday, and I was like, "Yeah, we're adding rice and broth to the repertoire of foods I will be eating forever."
I never thought about that. That'd be like a nice, like almost like just drink it, get
Yeah,
everything you need.
I drank it. I mean,
And
yeah.
I saw some people were commenting when they were filming my crew filling up one of my soft bottles with ramen, and then it had like the long straw on it. And there's like, what is he gonna do with that? So I have to answer the question. I would like take the cap off and then just like chug it, kind of thing. But I love your idea with the rice broth.
It's great.
Because,
It was great.
Yeah, it would work much better in like bottles too if you wanted to take it to go. Because I was like taking ramen to go too.
Yeah.
So I think that's smart.
It's kind of funny is like I had to get quite creative with the grocery shopping because, again, we're limited to a pot and a frying pan, but you're trying to like keep the variety going. And so I was really proud of myself. Yesterday, they had these like instant rice packets.
Those things are awesome.
Those things are awesome. And so I'm standing there staring at this wall of ramen. And I'm like, okay, I've already bought all of these ones. Like, how can I make this different? And then it occurred to me we could do like little brothy soups with instant rice. And so I bought every single package that they had in the store and went out of there and feeling really good about myself. So the back, 60 runners that are out there right now, I'll get to experience this like broth rice combo.
The broth rice thing was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that at Billy's aid station, and there were little bits of seaweed in there, and it was like, this is legit.
They were so good.
It was legit. Yeah.
I was over there setting up equipment, and he was like making runners hadn't even come through, and he had like a whole container of these like balls ready to go. He's just kept feeding them to me. He's like, here, take one. Oh yeah, have another one. It was so like they were amazing.
They were
That's
good.
where the Billy's balls came from, for the record. It's the rice balls we're talking about.
Sure it is.
Billy's balls. I've got a video that I need to post on that too. But yeah, like, did you guys ever get like a craving for anything else? Where you're like, man, I could crush a burger right now.
I did want a burger, but I didn't think it would be a smart idea.
Fair.
Because Hillary made a joke about it, but I am very beige when it comes to race fuel. I think
It's
like
it's the safe stuff.
yeah,
you know?
yeah, it is. But yeah, and two, I just very quickly get extremely tired of chewing. So anything that is dense that I can add salt to or butter to or whatever that I don't have to like, the more calories you can get in a package that's easy for me to consume, like the happier I am. So yeah, the big things I think that I crushed, besides like the obvious race fuels, were mashed potatoes and the like brothy rice stuff.
Yeah, for me, I think I just, you're taking in so much just like straight sugars early on. Maybe not you, but like a lot of gel, like precision gels and drinks, similar drinks, and they're great, but up to a certain point, right? And then where like nothing like that works anymore. But I didn't have like a huge appetite. I felt like I was just force feeding myself for so long because I do struggle with gut issues, mid race, and kind of lose that like hunger sensation. But one thing while I was out there though that just worked extremely well, besides the ramen shoveling, was a scratch horchata mixed with a little creatine, and I would have it in like a little shaker bottle, and you get a little bit of protein.
I had it with me, but I didn't use it because I was like, oh, dairy seems weird.
It's the one thing that I would look forward to, and I've kind of gotten over the dairy is weird thing. I think it's like for a few years there I was like, oh, it's got to stay away from dairy, like alternate milks, and now I'm just like all about it again. And I actually think it's like really helped my training and running because just
the
like
scratch
the complete
horchata
nutrition.
recovery thing is great.
Yeah.
Kevin and I were chatting about like, well, do you want a recovery drink during the race because you're not moving so fast that you can't like digest it well.
Yeah, I think you should, and like maybe you tell me or someone else, but it's like you actually do want some protein out there.
Yeah, protein is vital.
And it's not a crazy amount. It's like 8 grams or something like that in a serving. So it's not like a crazy amount to like mess up your stomach. But I really loved that stuff.
Well, that answers my question.
Our buddy Gus hooked me up with it.
I bet he did.
Any of it warm?
I bet he did.
While you're out there?
No, actually, that one I like chilled. Yeah, that one it's like chilled is nice. And like if it's hot, throwing some ice in there, and it's like the tastiest thing.
It's like
it
a
is.
real
Horchata is the best.
Yeah. And it tastes like very, very similar to like a proper horchata as well.
It's really good. It's really good. I had a little bit of there because David gave me some of the apple cider. Did you try
apple
that?
Cider's great. I had it. I had it in a thermos.
When I was sitting, we have insulated flasks, and I had a little bit when I was sitting. Yeah, it was great.
And in the night, when you do that and you throw it in your it keeps you warm too.
Yeah, it's nice.
When it's super, super cold.
Yeah.
It's a nice little hack.
And then same for when it's really hot. If you put ice in your bottles with all your stuff, it helps. But I do think for things of this distance, because I hear you saying like you get tired of the sugar and the gels and stuff. I mean, I really do try to implement real food immediately, because then I feel like I can. I mean, I was still eating chews, like race chews on day 2, and I was like, whatever, this is fine. But I think with 200s, it really is all about like variety of fueling, because you're going to be eating this stuff for 48 hours minimum.
Variety is so important, but also not having too much, because then you have the paradox of choice, and then you stand and you're just staring at like all the different options. So you got to have like
So I'll give you pro tip. I'll give you a pro tip. So one thing that my crew did it.
You are.
Dude, listen.
So
they
one
call
thing.
me the queen for a reason. Okay?
Yeah. Expert. One thing that my crew did at Cocodona that I loved was they gave me like 5 options. Like, here are foods, and I told them, like, here are foods that generally work for me. Definitely always have these 3, and then give me 2 exciting things. And so every time I would show up, they would have, like, here are your 5, take 3. And I would just, like, take whatever. And it really, because you're right. I mean, when you're at an aid station or with your crew, and they're like, well, what do you want? I don't know. Like, there's everything here. Like, I don't know what I want. But if you always kind of know, I'm definitely going to have 3 things, and then you can kind of look forward to, like, ooh, I wonder what they'll pick.
Surprise in there,
That has saved me a lot of time, and I think it probably leads to my aid stations maybe being more efficient because I'm not having to sit there and like choose.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the live stream, and you're transitioning like it's a 100-miler, and like I can do proper transitions in hundreds, and I know what that looks like and what that takes. But it was impressive watching you do it in a 200 for sure.
Well, I have a little more practice.
Yeah, it was really awesome.
That is so funny because I remember being at some aid stations being like, oh my God, I'm taking much time.
What was your total stop time?
3 hours.
Okay.
Which, I think yours was, how much was yours? Yours was like 7.5 or something.
I don't know if that's right.
Really?
So judgmental.
I was researching your data afterwards.
The thing that
I think
I'm impressed because that means you were running so fast.
Or where did you see that? Was it
on the tracker?
On the
site.
tracker? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll need to look. I would be shocked. That sounds like so much, but
You
I was
did.
thinking like,
You did spend a significant. Every time I saw you, at least the first day, you like actually stopped and took care of business and like
Right.
made sure that like, okay, I've got this. You were very intentional about everything. And
I mean,
was
I
talking
just, to
Aaron,
me,
she
it was
saying the same
no
thing.
shade. I was just
Yeah.
like, crap, this guy is moving
No, I'm
so
really intrigued
fast.
now. I was thinking maybe closer to 4.5, but like actually what I did.
You probably had it on Strava, like
Yeah, I
stop
could
time
look.
versus run time.
But another thing I did was going into the nights, and I was like, non-negotiable. I just want to do this because I do get cold pretty easily. So I'd hop in the back of the truck, completely stripped down. I had like one of those hospital pad like sponge bath things. Sponge bathed myself down, dried off, brand new layers, hoodie, like tights, underwear, like all that stuff, fresh socks, shoes. So I went into it like knowing like I am going to spend more time than probably you are, but then I'm gonna have to run fast. like,
well, I mean,
that
that was actually something that I mentioned to my crew during Cocodona this year with Courtney in the race. I saw her go up to Crown King. We ran a little bit together, and then within minutes she was out of sight. And it's like, I remember coming into Crown King being like, we have to do fast aid station transitions. Like, I know that I can do fast aid station transitions, and like, maybe I can make up time there. Because really, I think in 200s, my strategy thus far has been like, just kind of do your own thing. And like, I know I'm going to be pretty steady the whole race. Like, I was really impressed with the way you were able to like be so strategic with like when you would surge and then you take breaks. And I don't take breaks. I just kind of do the same thing the whole time. And and so I think the only way that I really have been able to make my times competitive is just by not taking much time in the aid stations.
Consistency. And it was really hard to like throw off my momentum sometimes, because there was a few times at the couple of the naps where I was like, I'm moving well, like I don't have to do this. But when I did, I would always feel better. So I was like, I'll just do like 10-minute max and like cut me off. But going from like I think it was Obsidian area or Inyo Craters before the final climb up to Minaret Summit, and then like going up and over Mammoth Mountain, I took a nap there, and I was like, I don't think I have to do this, but I think it's going to set myself up well for the final climb. And now looking back, if I didn't do that, I just kind of wonder how much harder the last climb would have been, maybe. But who knows, right?
He was prepping for that sprint finish is what he was doing. He was like, we're going to see each other on the peak, and it's going to be a sprint.
I know. I looked for you the entire way up. I was like, dang it, I think he's a little too far.
You probably just barely missed my bit, because I was hanging out up there for a little bit.
I heard
chewing on some gummy worms. And I was just like, I don't see her lights yet, so I'll spend a few minutes up here.
But I have to thank you, because I think again, after kind of debriefing with Kevin, I have historically sort of done my own thing. Like, I'm in positions usually where there's not a lot of moves I need to make. Mm-hmm. But I think that I missed a couple of opportunities to like try.
You like turn it on and switch gears a little bit.
Yeah, and I do unfortunately think that the 2 points my crew was telling me, because I'm just like doing whatever I'm doing. But I think the 2 points that I could have taken advantage of was Crater Mountain.
That was a long one for me.
Yeah, that's what they were telling me. And then Grant Lake, going over to June. But I think I was also kind of hitting some low energy points at that time. And so and I don't know, again, 200s are new for everyone. And to me, it seems foolish to chase after somebody when you don't know how the rest of the day is going to go. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. After kind of debriefing and stuff, it's like, well, maybe I should have probably like tried to do something instead of just kind of like, I'm just going to keep being steady.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool. It felt like a race and made it exciting for people. And I really do believe, this is just my first one, and, I haven't followed them like unbelievably close by any means, but I do think in the next, 5 to 10 years, people who are trying to go and win and set records at 200s are going to have to race at like 100.
I agree. Yeah. This felt like more of a race, at least from my perspective, than some of the hundreds I've done. Like, this felt like and I mean, sure, it was, I would say for the majority of the time, it was a race between the two of us. Mm-hmm. But in the beginning of the race, it was like, Max, me and you and Tara, and like, there were a couple folks that, I was high-fiving people coming off Mammoth Mountain, like, that were all just right there. Like, it is getting to a point now where I think, like, 200s, you can't just sit back for the first, unless you're Eder. You can't just sit back for the first 100 miles and like expect to catch people at the end. Like, you really do have to be there the whole time. you know?
We can change gears, and I did want to talk about this a little bit. Like the amount of talent that Hillary was able to cultivate with this race, and that prize purse at the finish line, just the IOUs waiting for you there.
Did you guys like that? We thought about
I thought it was
printing them
funny.
and making them official, and then we're like, now we're just going to handwrite it.
I know where
It's
Tim
better.
lives, so yeah, I can make sure
Totally.
I don't see it in, 24
Yeah.
hours.
I don't
Venmo
know
or-
what is it Venmo? I would be. I'll give you my @.
I have no idea, but we could probably Venmo. That sounds kind of awesome.
She's like, that sounds way
Way
That sounds
easier.
easy,
However
yeah.
we can avoid taxes would be great.
Seriously. Yeah, my mom
Wonderful,
called me and
get
was
us
like, "Hey,
canceled."
if you're gonna be doing this, like, you need to be sure that the IRS doesn't like come for you. Like, if this is your job, like, don't forget about taxes." I was like, "Thank you, Mom." But
Love that. Yeah, Fred makes you sign a 1099 and
Yeah.
take a W-9 before you leave Run Rabbit. He's like, I need you to fill this out. So
I
you
had
can
to
pay
sign
the
one
sand."
for the Aspen backcountry because there was a little bit of prize money, and it was like, I feel silly doing this for like $300, but
I did that for you, Ray. Same thing where I was like,
Yeah.
$260. Awesome. Thanks.
Whatever.
Like, sure. I'll take
Whatever.
it. No, that's awesome. But on that point, like, we were able to assemble a field here that was on my end is like a producer and like trying to tell a story about the race. I was like, oh, this is like a race. This is awesome. It's giving that like Cocodona, like the chase, like the men's field that was assembled for that particular year. Like it gave that same vibes of this is now becoming a race. And like Rachel, you've been in this space for a little bit longer. Have you seen the 200-mile distance kind of evolve like at your multiple Cocodonas and now here?
I think Cocodona this year was competitive. I guess my perspective is going to mostly be biased towards the women's race because that's my primary field of competition, although I think in these it is a little bit more easy to just compete with the whole field.
Oh, we know you were chasing down Jimmy. We know that was your
I was definitely chasing down Jimmy this race. And
I
honestly,
think we have it on
dear-
camera from Crater Mountain.
Yeah, I know.
do all the evidence that we
I was
need.
trash talking.
Where are you?
I was trash talking before this race
We
even
really
started.
needed to mic up the runners. I think at aid stations for sure.
that
I
might be
think-
our that might be our next
Yeah.
next production value is like the NFL mic
just like on the like right on the chair or something like that.
I was watching
Yeah.
the live stream just cackling as you were just like going through there. Jimmy, I'm coming for
I
you.
know. I
Poor Jimmy
wanted,
has no idea.
Yeah.
Well, you had a little
out there
idea.
running for his life.
Yeah. Well, he should have been. But I did. I mean, I really did appreciate. I appreciate competition, because I mean, I've been in enough races where it's like, all right, I'm here and I'm probably gonna win, and like I'm not really gonna be able to. I don't need to find another gear necessarily unless I just want to, but it's hard, So I don't know. It is nice. I think Cocodona this year, especially with Courtney being in the race and Mika Thews being in the race for the time that she was, like it was, I had to push myself, and I was able to find that next gear and like realize that gear was a sustainable one. And I don't think I would have found that had there not been more competition. And so in this race with what I felt like the women's field and men's field was both extremely talented.
Well stacked.
Yeah. It did. I remember doing the first, 50K or whatever and being like, holy crap, like we are flying. And again, it was very similar to Cocodona and like, this is either going to be a great idea or a terrible one. And I'm not going to find out for another 150 miles. But I mean, that's the only way for me that I've been able to find the next gear is if someone is there to force me to do that. Because I mean, I can trot my way I can endlessly trot my way through things, but it is more, I'm at the point in my running now where I am interested in challenge from a competition side. And I think this race probably has taught me the most about like what it means to play the game. So I'm interested to see, I like having fun in races, so I don't want to take that part out of it. But if I do want to start being a little more competitive and entering into more competitive races, like I think this race is going to be, it could be a turning point for me to like figure out how to make moves and how to like play strategy against my competition. Like Eder Ramirez, the guy who got second, I chatted with him a little bit after the race, and he's a very big strategist. Like he plays the game very well. And I just am in my own world, and just happen to do okay. So yeah, I don't know. This was a fun race from the competition
back
perspective.
to the competitiveness. It's so much more fulfilling when you've gotten the best of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And winning's great, sure, but I think you're the most proud of yourself or happiest with yourself when you know that you like really gave it your best, and when you're being pushed or pulled, like it's bound to happen.
Yeah, agreed.
But like you guys said, like if it wasn't the two of you pushing each other, you could have easily cruised to a 48. And I say cruise, but like still,
Right,
you know,
right.
that would be a fast race.
Respectfully cruise.
Yeah, but without the sort of benchmark, it's really like whatever you guys set could have been like, okay, great. But I feel like because you were riffing off each other, we do have really competitive times that are going to be really hard to crack. And I think that's really fun because
Yeah.
a lot of first year things, it's like, oh, we don't know what we don't know. It's awesome. And then the next year someone comes along and just blows it out of the water and you're like, cool, cool.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I believe the first winning time at Cocodona was like 73 or 74 hours.
Exactly.
And now it's sub 60.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I am pretty pleased with how this, like, our times went, because I think they're beatable, but I don't think it's going to be like, oh, they beat the course record by 4 hours. Like, I think it'll be marginal.
A little
maybe.
tight, a little tighter than how Cocodona's gone. for
Correct.
Sure,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about just how fast you guys covered this terrain, quite honestly, you know, and I think it's fun being at the finish line and talking to runners now that are coming in, and they are like, they want to ask questions about how it went at the front of the pack, and when they hear how fast you guys did it, they just sort of look at me.
What?
Because we're almost we'll be up to double soon, and that really starts to put it into perspective. And you know, I think it is such an interesting distance from a competition standpoint, and that is why Tim and I wanted to assemble such a competitive field, is that there hasn't been that level before, and I do think that we're there as far as like enough athletes have started playing in the distance to sort of refine it and to get faster, and now it's like, well, we all need to be in the same place to really push and see what's possible. And it's sort of not the same if it's one or two people, like, you know, running
Yeah,
away with it. And
agreed.
here it was like the people that ended up on the podiums are not necessarily like, some of the people are the ones we talked about, some of them are not, and I think that's awesome too. And just sort of like increases the whole sport, really, you know.
Yeah, I see like Cocodona and Mammoth being, you know, like the bookends. I think I was talking to Tim about
The
this earlier.
Mammadona,
Bookends of,
that's what I want to call it.
what was that?
The Mammadona.
Mammadona.
I wish it had
bookends of
started
the
this
season,
year.
like-
That would have been nice.
Like the two premier 200s, you know, and, of the year, and I think
And they both got live
it's
streams.
crazy,
So everyone
like-
gets to tune in to watch
yeah,
the show.
right. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable how this has gone so far in its very first year, and it's I mean, I think it's gonna be really cool also that, you know, we were both part of the very first, you know, the inaugural year, and we get to see it grow and develop, and even if we don't run it again or like just come back and help, and just see it grow and mature in the next, I mean, I want to see like 10, 20 years from now. I mean, this is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be so
Super
cool.
Bowl.
Yeah.
It's really fun. Like I said, going into grocery outlet multiple times this week, even the hardware store, the guy in there recognized me from all the broadcast stuff, introduced himself, was like, we are so happy you're here, all over town. And I feel like, to me, that's just as special as the race part, is like the impact on all these little communities. And like the deli guy this morning, when I was getting bagels, he's like, how much longer is the race going on? We are so busy. And it was cute, but also he was like stoked. And even going through Lee Vining, there was like so many people in the coffee shops and June Mountain area. And so I think that's really cool, because this is a very much tourism driven area, especially winter tourism. And being up here a lot, planning this event out, it's so quiet. And so for a lot of these small businesses, and it's not chains up here, it's small businesses, for a lot of these small businesses, having something like this and also having it go through so many communities is really special.
It's so holistic, right? And then it reminds me a little bit of like racing in Europe, where like the community is so involved in the events, and they like come outside their shops and like cheer people on. And I think we're going to see so much more of that. It's already happening, but so much more of that as the years go on here. And it's going to get to a point the entire town looks forward to this event and comes out and like cheers on the racers, and looks forward to it every single year.
I mean, the difference between 2024 and 2025 at Cocodona with the participation from the community was insane. So, I mean, I was actually impressed with the amount of community support that this race had in year one. Because I had people in Lake Crowley, like standing on their balconies, like wooing as I passed by. And actually, did you know that Tara and I stopped at a store in like between Sherwin and Crowley?
I heard that.
Okay, yeah, we stopped, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, are you doing the race? Like, hurry up, like go!" So it was really fun. I mean, I like the community participation also. aspect. So.
It's special. And I have to give a special shout out to Tim Tolfson, my co-race director for the Mammoth, but also what he's built through Trailfest, because I think the Mammoth is born out of the respect and the kind of community love he has through Trailfest. And I mean, I saw it from day one in Trailfest, and that's why I wanted to work with Tim and to get involved in this and to grow something. But he really has created a community that's so all in on Trailfest, and now they've sort of wrapped their arms around the Mammoth, and it's a lot. Like, it was back-to-back weekends. Like, we had 2,000 runners here last weekend for Trailfest, and then we flipped around and had this sort of like smaller race field, but very epic endeavor, and more people involved in each runner's experience. And I think it's just been really special. Like, from the hospital volunteering, all the doctors and nurses that are out there on course are doing it because they're stoked on it. Just all the different people, the search and rescue, all the folks that are involved. But Tim Tolfson, I think, because of who he is and because of how he shows up in the community, has created a community that wants to show up for him and for us. And yeah, we couldn't do it without it. And I think it's also worth acknowledging because, yeah, we're a year one event, but I always said from the beginning we were punching above our weight class just because of the fact that we are part of Trailfest and we're sort of able to fold into that. And also just like, I think Tim and I's different backgrounds and all that. But it was fun to come into year one and have so many unknowns, but also feel like, hey, like, how cool would it be if we can pull off something that feels like a year 3 Cocodona, or that feels like a, you know, like we can come and play from the beginning because we want to be there. And I think there's such an appetite for another race of that caliber to exist. And so
it did feel like you guys did your homework. So
thank
well
you.
done.
She was scouting at Cocodona 250 this year. She was like, "I'll come help you commentate," and then she was there as like a little spy. She was trying to learn the ins and outs.
At the aid station, going, "Oh, what are you eating? Oh, wow! Like what? No."
Writing down notes in her.
But you
People
know,
like
also,
beige.
I love the sport, and I do believe with the 200s, with all the races, that the more we grow together, like the more we grow the community as a whole. And you know, I really intentionally wanted to work with Matt and Outpost on the live broadcast, and I wanted to, because you guys are the best at it, but also I knew it was the first time that you'd done a broadcast for a 200 race outside of Cocodona, and I thought that's the kind of cool challenge because it's different than 100 milers.
And it was.
It is, and so it sort of felt like, in a way, we were all just this team trying to figure it out together, but like, you know, you're all out of your home turf as far as like trying to cover this much terrain.
I don't have Jamil to lean on to be like, oh yeah, it's going to be this time to get to here. It's going to be this time to get, and this usually happens here. So get ready for this. This was all like learning on the go on our end.
So much research goes into just figuring out like where the runners are going to be when, and like when it's the middle of the night and impossible to get anything, and like all of that. But yeah, I mean, and our medals and our buckles were designed by Aravipa Artworks, and they did these beautiful metal buckles with a wooden inlay, and I'm obsessed with them. And I just think it's really cool. I think it's like, there's so many talented people in our community, and it's fun to be able to just like create something that pulls all of that in, and we can all sort of share in it together.
Yeah, and like kind of what we were talking about earlier, like these small towns kind of being involved. I was on a call with you and Jamil, and you were kind of like asking some questions like, hey, like, how do you approach this kind of like thing that's happening in these towns? And Jamil shared a story about how Prescott, I believe, one of the small towns outside of Prescott, and they were like, almost didn't give permitting to the race because they were like,
Was it Jerome?
It was Jerome.
It was Jerome. And then they were like this many runners going through, like they had envisioned of like a marathon, right? Where they're just taking over the streets and just cups everywhere. And so for the first year, it was like, you need signage that says this is a quiet zone, like no poles are allowed to clack the cement kind of thing. And then I believe it was like one of the city leaders, the mayor, came out and was like, oh, this is awesome. Yeah, heck yeah, come back every year.
These people are just eating gummy worms. We don't care.
Yeah, and they fell in love with it. And I think that like, again, speaking about like the culture and the community that we've built here between the 200 milers, like we loved, as Mountain Outpost, we love to be a part of it, and all the races that we do and like Trailfest, because they're all so unique and so different. And they're so much fun, and I can say this was a wonderful challenge. You guys actually made it super challenging because
I'm sure the spread is quite large.
we had it like pretty well built out. We talked to a handful of like Jeff Browning, and Jamil was putting his grading towards it.
My bad.
Jeff doesn't
Do
know
it
how
again,
fast
guys.
you are.
Anytime. Bring it on.
So we were like, okay, this is what we think is going to happen. We'll be ready an hour before that, and then halfway through day one, you guys were already an hour under that. So we were like cutting people out left and right, like, send here, go here. And I don't know.
Group chat was lit. It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys probably didn't recognize this the same way that we felt it on our end, but like you guys spread the front out, and then in the middle of the night, a lot of the chase dropped out. So it was really just you two.
I know. It felt.
We got a lot of camera time.
Yeah. It did feel like it was Jimmy and I.
It did eventually turn into like Jimmy and Rachel going at it, like who's gonna win, and that was a lot of fun to watch. But then it also created this 2.5 hour
dead zone
point in the middle where we're like, okay, so how are we going to cover this? Like,
we can fix that next year, right? Yeah, get a few more.
Oh, we have a plan for next year. We got it. Hey, we're going to get more. We're going to get a stacked field on both ends. It's going to be great. But yeah, I think that like it was really fun watching that happen. And speaking to the competition, you guys, you had Tara out here who was having a blast with you.
Yeah, that was so fun. That was
so much time spent between you two.
That footage of you two like going through Sherwin and it's beautiful golden light and you're running side by side. Like I actually got kind of emotional because I was in the HQ the whole time because, you know, we've talked a lot about the women's race and just sort of growing women's sport. And I just felt like what an incredible representation of women working together and just like purely enjoying being out here doing something so hard. But
yeah,
it was really special. It sort of felt like a little bit of a, like, you know, you go through these level up moments and it was like, this is a level up moment.
It was running with Tara was the highlight of, or one of the highlights of my race for sure. Because I don't know, we kind of were being a little goofy with it because at some point we were being goofy.
There was a lot of goofy.
There was some
going on
was the
there.
footage of us holding hands ever on the live stream?
Oh, I actually have some cute photos of it to send you. I have some
I would like
photos
to
of
see
you
them.
skipping with holding hands.
Yeah, because we were just like, I don't know, it is a competition, obviously. Like, I know that she's my competitor and I know that I'm hers kind of thing. But, like, at a certain point, you're just like, all right, like, whatever. We're doing this together. And I even told Tara, I was like, how incredible is it that, like, we're doing this? Like, I can't believe I get to race you in this first year race. And, like, you know, it was early in the race and neither of us really knew what was going to happen. But that to me was a really cool moment of getting to, like, I don't know, a very human moment during a race was just getting to like hang out with the competition and like talk about boys and like talk about our lives and talk about like our buttholes chafing and like all sorts of like goofy stuff. So it was cool.
And I think, you know, in the same way that I see working with like Airvipa and Mountain Outpost on our race and growing the sport, I think that attitude is really healthy and it doesn't decrease the level of competition. And I think that's an important thing to remember because these races are so long and so many things can happen. It's enough to worry about your own race, let alone someone else's race. And it's like to spend the whole race burning energy, worrying about kind of pushing someone else down in order to pull yourself up, I just think is sort of a waste of time. And like, I think you both did a really good job of just like zoning in on your own days. And obviously with no splits to go off of, it really was just sort of like, how do I feel? Because you don't know if someone's taking off too fast and if they're going to fall apart. You can't really follow that.
Exactly.
Cruz had quite a time as well.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I am always fearful of being somebody who goes out too fast and blows up and can't finish. So my easy mechanism has just been like cruise it to the finish sort of thing. And I will say like having Tara in the race made me want to do that less. Cause like, I know that she's a savage. Like I know that she can throw down. I know she can stay in that pain cave. And like, I think that's something that I need to learn how to do more. Like I learned, this may have been the race in which I learned the most about like how competition works, to be honest. Cause like, I don't know, again, like you did so much strategy and Eder did so much strategy. And like, I know Tara is very strategic and like when she pushes and when I don't actually know if she ever relaxes, but when she pushes, so yeah, I mean, this was probably one of the most fun races I've ever been a part of for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say like the competition through camaraderie is my favorite way to experience competition. I love to race. I love to race my friends, but it's more like I would rather beat each other up laughing to the finish
Agreed.
line, like killing yourselves, but having a good time than like elbowing, like that takes too much energy for me personally. So like I can get the same result laughing and having a fun. And like, if we both gave it our all and that person beats me, then like high five to you. Like, great, you earned it.
That's how I feel about awesome. Jimmy right now.
Yeah,
I gave it.
Give him that high five. He deserves it. Good for you, buddy.
We've high-fived a lot.
Yeah, no, and like I can confirm I did follow all of you guys out of Crowley and got like little video snippets. And it was funny. I asked kind of the same questions to all of you, and you all said the same thing. Like, it was like you and Tara specifically were like, oh my gosh, it was so much fun running with Rachel. It was so much fun running with Tara. I was like, what was your favorite part of the day? And you both like instantly just gut reaction said that. And so that tells me the kind of day you guys were having out there was that competitive camaraderie where it's like we're having a good time and we're pushing each other. Jimmy did say, he was like, man, I feel like we're all going too fast, but I feel really good. And like Rachel just won't get off me. She's chasing me.
Yeah.
So it was a lot. It was actually a lot of fun to see how all of you enjoyed each other's company up front. And like Max was in the mix there.
Yeah.
Eder made his presence at the end, as always.
What a race Eder had. I just have to say.
Everybody is sleeping on that man. Everyone is sleeping
Well,
on
I
that
saw
man.
him run at Cocodona, and so when I saw him sign up, I was like, this is going to be interesting, because it's either was that just sort of like, hey, you just happened to have an incredible day and that worked out, or is this like his strategy and kind of MO?
I don't know.
He told me that he just felt awful for the first half, so it wasn't actually on purpose that he came from behind so much.
Yeah, but he always does.
But like,
So,
what would happen if he felt great from the beginning too? I'm like, oh my gosh. So
I don't know. I picked him for first show podium, so
Okay.
I at least get some points there.
Yeah, Jimmy, you were number one on my list for sure. Got to represent that Salt Lake.
Yeah, of
that
course.
Salt Lake love
Gotta.
for sure. But yeah, I had Eder on there. I was like, this
Yeah.
guy, like,
He's
Everyone's
such a nice guy too. I chatted with him quite a bit today, and yeah, he's
His
the
family,
nicest
too.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great.
Well, he was so cute because he was talking about how motivating it was for him to get to the aid stations because his kids were there and he like wanted to see him, and I was just like, could you stop it? Like, you're
Most
making the rest of us
adorable
look
thing
bad.
ever.
And now he's gonna go help his wife. I think he said Javelina. She's gonna go do her first 100.
Dang.
Yeah. So paint it back, paint it forward. So.
yeah. So I do want to give you guys each a moment to, as we kind of wrap things up here. First, we are going to do a Q&A. So everybody in the chat here, throw some questions. We're going to pick a few, and we'll ask these guys some of those questions. So we'll let those build up for a second, but I do want to give you guys a moment. Like, I know these things are so incredibly long, so incredibly huge, and as Hillary mentioned, like, we couldn't do this without our support teams and our volunteers. You guys have your crews out there. Like, you had Anna, you had Kevin, you had your crew, and like, one, I thought it was hilarious, just my own personal observation. You came in with all this just energy that went in every direction, and your crew is so good at just like honing
Zone.
that in and then pushing you down course.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like, let's take all that and let's go this direction with it. But like the opposite in Jimmy is just like so dialed, has everything, like knows exactly what he needs when he needs it. Like, okay, I'm going to completely wipe down with this. I'm going to put my tights on. I'm going to do that. Like, I don't think your team at all had to tell you one thing that you weren't already doing or already had planned to do. But like, yeah, give you guys a moment to like shout out your crew and talk about that experience, like what it means to have Anna out here and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been impossible, absolutely impossible if I didn't have her. She not only was crew, but she ran with me for like, what
Was
do
it
we
70
calculate, like,
miles?
60 miles or so.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had two pacers that did. I mean, her doing both that, like she slept maybe less than I did over the course. So she really pulled it off and did an amazing job, and someone I can like really count on being there and giving me exactly what I need and all the help that I could ever need. But it's cool to be in a relationship where we like, you know, it goes back and forth, but this was a bit extreme compared to like me, you know, crewing her at CCC.
You owe her 3 CCCs after this.
totally, we're going to go by
Probably.
time
We're
on
not, hey, who's
seat.
counting? We're not counting. And I
200s don't count.
had a bunch of really great friends too out here. You know, a handful of locals. You know, a few extra pacers in there, and my parents who are just #1 fans.
Oh, your parents are so awesome.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love your
My
parents
dad's
so
like
much.
a social butterfly, so he probably just distracts other crews.
He
I
talked to me
think.
a bunch, and I loved it because I was. You
He
know,
was
we
trying to
already
slow you
Yeah.
down.
well, we already
Yeah.
talked about trash talking, but I was like trash talking Jimmy at the aid station. He's like, "Well, my name's Jimmy too," and I was like, "Well, I'm
Yeah.
trash talking you then."
Yeah, and I think one of the hardest things.
Yeah.
One of the hardest things with 200s for me is like I already have a kind of a hard time asking for help, and you have to ask for so much freaking help. But I also have to remind myself like if someone asks for my help, I love that. I jump on it, you know, and I want nothing more than to go and help a friend somewhere at their random race, you know, and have a great time. And so it's I think it's important to remind ourselves that like we do the same thing for someone else and for any one of our crew members as well. But there's just so much more involved, like of an investment in time and energy and money and all that for people being a part of your crazy 200 plus
Yeah.
mile experience.
Yeah, I heard it said, someone gave me the advice, like, don't deny somebody else the opportunity to help. And like the good feelings that come from that. Like, don't deny them that opportunity. Let them show up if they want to. So I love that. And I can't say I did talk to Anna quite a bit. Like when I came back from Crowley, she was like, you talked to him for a bit? And I was like, yeah, we ran together for a while. She's like, how, like he's doing good, right? He's like, I'm like, yeah, he's exactly where he wants to be. She's like, I'm really worried about pacing him for like 30 miles because I think he's going to drop me. I'm like, Anna, I think you're fine. He's not crushing.
She was fine. She was great.
Yeah, she was like so worried. I'm like, I think you're going to be all right out there. And like, she was definitely like not worried about you, but she had that typical like partner and like I want my person to do well concern. Like, do you think everything's going well? I'm like, I think he's doing great. He's Jimmy. He knows what he needs. He knows what he wants. He's going to take care of himself. Like, I'm sure he's just going to really enjoy spending some time with you under the stars. So I'm glad you guys had some time out there.
It was awesome. Yeah.
How about your crew?
Yeah, so my crew, obviously Kevin, he had a little bit of like a hip injury since High Lonesome, and so that threw a wrench into my planning. So kind of at the last
Dang him. How dare he?
Well, I mean, because originally I wanted him to pace me quite a bit more than he was able to. And so I wound up asking Brianna Pigon and Harry Prasad to jump in, and they were like awesome about it. So Brianna is like 5 months pregnant, and so kind of bringing her, I felt like there was like a happy family in my crew. But yeah, and so Kevin paced me for a section. Jake, my buddy Jake Vale, wound up pacing me for, I don't remember if it was over 70 miles or what, but it was his longest amount of running in a 24-hour period that he's ever done, which was really cool to experience that with him.
That's fun to be sort of facilitating someone else's experience.
It was cool.
With that.
It was cool. He crushed it. But yeah, and then obviously like Katie Asmuth jumped in for a section, which was rad. She's such a awesome.
You beat her to that aid station, and she came to Green Church.
Yeah.
She came.
I know everybody kind of was like, "Crap, we weren't expecting this," and so I got to the aid station, and I was like, "Where's my crew?" And
they were literally piling.
1 minute later, we're like hauling to try to get to.
Katie came flying up behind you.
It was funny.
Like, okay, let's go. Yeah, let's get out of here.
It was funny. But yeah, so she came and helped out, and then like I said, since I wasn't sure how like Kevin's hip was gonna respond, I had to kind of ask for even more help, and so Dom Grossman was already here pacing somebody else, and he was like, "Oh well, I can pace you," because his runner was more like mid-packish, and so he said he could pace me for like the first section. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Dom and Katie because they had other jobs. Like Katie's manning June Lake, and she was still totally fine pacing me. And then yeah, Dom was pacing and crewing another human for his entire race. So my crew, I love my crew. It was really fun.
You have the same crew that shows up, and it's fun to see you guys. They know exactly what you want.
Yeah.
To have it so dialed is like so impressive. Like literally NASCAR pit stop where you just roll in and they each have their job, they do their thing, and then they send you on your way.
Yeah, they're dialed. And I was hoping that Gus Gibbs was able to help me out, but he has like, a life and stuff, so he wasn't able to come this time. But it was nice to kind of have some familiar faces who kind of know how I run and how I operate and what amount of like ass kicking I kind of need sometimes. And Kevin and Jake both have crewed me at Cocodona before, and so they kind of know how I am during 200s.
We would have had to fight over Gus.
We would have fought over
both
Gus.
Have history. Gus did tell me, he's like, I really want to help Rachel. And I was like, okay.
Well, I can't compete with that.
Yeah. But yeah, shout out to Gus. He's cool.
He's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, so first question we have is actually from Billy. Would like to ask Hillary here, what's the biggest surprise about producing a race that you didn't see or anticipate, other than how much food runners can consume on course?
I know, right? Oh my gosh. I think there's so many. I mean, first of all, I want to give a shout out to Billy, my husband. Speaking of like crew, I feel like he's my crew for this. And not only is he my crew for this, he was helping captain the Crooked Meadows aid station, was out there for 2 days, came right back, unloaded everything, went right back out to help with stuff. He's at the finish line right now, like handing the buckles out while me and Tim are off doing these things. And, just everywhere I need him to be, shoving food in my face when I forget to eat for 24 hours. So, I just think there are so many people that make this possible, and I'm really grateful for the people in my corner. So just had to say a little shout out to him while we're talking about the people we love. But from the question of producing and all of that, I think the biggest thing is just like, I mean, in the same way that I think you have to really prepare for these races if you want to do well, you have to prepare so much for these races and all the things that could go wrong. And I think it was like every question I would ask led to a breadcrumb trail of all these other questions that would come out of it. And it just sort of, there was a point a few weeks before the race where it almost felt so overwhelming with how many different balls were in the air, you know, as far as just like all these pieces that have to go together. And I think once you've gotten through the race, it's sort of like when you've run your first ultra, it makes sense a little bit more. But when you're just like theoretically putting it together, it's like hard to wrap your head around it and just like know that your plans are good and that they work. And so I think for me, it was really just like utilizing whoever had done the stuff and running things by them and being like, hey, poke holes in this. Like, tell me what I'm missing here. Like, you know, especially from the runner safety standpoint and all the emergency stuff. And I mean, we really had that play out yesterday. Like, we got word that there was lightning happening on the course, and so we're immediately looking at the maps, and it turns out that there was a cluster of lightning strikes that was right above the last 13 runners on the course on Indiana Summit. And I don't think I've ever seen anything scarier than pulling up that map and seeing like the little cartoon icons of lightning that are just sitting there, and there's no way to contact them because they're in between aid stations. And we have an amazing team, and it was really cool to sort of be like, hey, we have a plan for this. We actually have like parameters for what's safe and what's not, and we're going to shut the aid stations down, and we're going to hold people for 30 minutes, and we're going to wait until there's been no lightning strikes for 30 minutes before anyone can continue. And it went really well, and I think I'm really grateful for that, because I think there are times when things happen that are so out of your control, but when you have a chance to test the systems out, and thankfully everyone was safe and was okay. And Tim actually happened to be out in the area at Crater Mountain, and so he actually drove the course, offering to pick up the runners if they needed it, and none of them took him up on it.
Huh.
All of them were like, no, we're good. And it was hailing. Like,
did they just like shelter in place? What were they doing?
I think maybe where they were, there was just enough sort of tree cover that they felt okay. But, you know, it was hailing out there, and all of them were just like, we're trucking. And I just, for one, I was like, we've got a really cool field of runners out there that are so resilient. And for two, it was just nice to be like, we have a really cool team of people that really care about getting our runners around safely. And like, that matters too. So yeah, I would say just the number of logistics, and I think it's like easy to say that, but living it and trying to hold space for all of that. And you know, my motto for the whole race was, whatever it is, we can fix it. And there's no problem we can't fix. I think that's what my motto was, and I just kept saying that over and over again. And so then when you see it that way, it was sort of fun. It's sort of like an ultra, right? Like, things get thrown at you, and if your attitude isn't like, oh man, why is this happening to me, but it's like, hey, bring it on, like, what do we got, let's like do this, let's, you know, use our collective brain power. I think it was sort of that experience for us too.
Being a master problem solver.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. And I think my other thing that I really wanted to lead with was just like, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. The only thing that matters is like how we fix it. And I'm like, just don't ask questions, just like, what's the solution? And I think for all of us, it's like establishing from day one, like, this is how we're going to do things. This is how we're going to treat people. This is how we're going to handle stressful situations that come up. And I feel like we've done a really good job of that. And so just zooming out, it's like that takes being around really cool people. And I think that's something I'm trying to grow into as a leader, and sometimes something I'm really proud of for everyone involved in the Mammoth, is that we all showed up and were really gracious to each other and got stuff done even when we're all sleep deprived and like, you know.
Sleep deprived.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's sleep deprived.
She only screamed three or four people over there. That's
mostly
all I heard.
you.
Mostly me. It was mostly me. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Question for Rachel specifically: how many dogs did you pet on the course? We got
I told a lot.
camp.
I told a
the
lot of
important
people that
questions.
I liked their dogs, but I only really pet. So I had 3 dogs in my crew, which was awesome.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So
I remember you texting me about that and being like, are
they
dogs
allowed? Yeah.
And then I was like, yeah. And you're like, okay, good, because I have like 10 on my crew.
yeah. So Jake Vale, who's on my crew,
herds are not dogs.
yeah,
Yes.
yes. But Jake Vale on my crew, both of his parents came out to support also, and so they brought their little puppy. She's like 6
That's so
6
cute.
months old. And then Brianna and Harry have 2 dogs that they also brought. So I pet them a lot. I didn't see a ton of dogs though, really.
And there were a lot of dogs on crew that I noticed as I was like bouncing around.
There were a lot on crew.
Good
So
dogs
when
are
I would get
welcome.
into the aid station, it
Love
was
it.
like, oh my God, dogs.
Can dogs pace? No,
Can
I'm
dogs
serious.
pace?
I know. It's an interesting question. You know, we don't have an official policy, but there's nothing, we're not in wilderness or areas where dogs aren't allowed on the course. So as long as they can sign a waiver,
Noted.
yeah, a little paw print.
Sounds like a great like emotional boost right there, having a low, and you get to hang out with your pup for I don't know the
I
next 3 hours.
100% bring Rosie on. Like,
I'll pay. She can pace me.
She's done 25 miles on the Colorado Trail.
Dang.
In like five and a half hours.
But yeah,
So,
I don't think I really pet that many dogs. But I told a lot of people at aid stations that I liked their dog.
We did see a couple on the live stream. We
Yeah.
did see you give a couple pets out.
Yeah.
There, so that was
I
pretty
tried. But yeah, there were less dogs to pet than I thought.
Fair. Question for another how many question. Jimmy, how many toenails do you have? There's some Salt Lake
Yeah, I
lore
learned
out there
some
that you don't
interesting
have
facts
any.
about
Hey,
you.
I'm missing 2 of them. I got my big toenails permanently removed a few years back, and it's been amazing. It's a hack.
What?
It's
So did you
You
lose
can stub
them
your toe,
often?
and it doesn't even really hurt. Yeah. And
Really?
Like, I don't know. I stub my toe a lot.
What made you want to do
run through-
that?
I
Do you
mean,
always lose them?
Yeah, I mean,
She's got
actually,
questions.
yeah. For a
This question just turned to like 18.
I have a
more
follow-up
questions.
They
Let's
were a
roll.
problem. Yeah, they were a problem for me too. So just like, I mean, I've been running since I was like 4, and just like having not like the best foot care early on in my running years, and so it just like needed to happen as well. And it wasn't like I couldn't run fine, but it would just cause pain, and then it would hurt extra too when I stub them. But I don't miss them at all, and it's absolutely
so
amazing.
weird.
You don't really need them.
See, I've never lost big toenails. I've lost all my other toenails, but the big ones are usually fine. So I find
Really?
that fascinating.
Yeah, and they won't grow back either. You just get them seared.
Yeah. So it's funny because I think I'll probably lose some toenails, but the one toenail after this race that hurts the worst is my middle toe on my right foot.
Is it longer?
Yeah, it's a long one.
My second toe is the longest
Yeah.
toe I have. But my big toe and my second toes are like, okay, I just have wicked blisters. But yeah, I like kept kicking rocks and it would always be on my middle toe. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, I didn't have a single foot issue. And well, actually, no, I had a little plantar fasciitis like towards the end, but it didn't get like worse as the day went on. But I got like a couple like tiny blisters, but nothing bad at all. His feet just got a little tired.
Well, you were
by
wearing
the end.
gaiters from like the start.
From the start.
Did you wear them
yeah.
the whole race?
The whole race I wore the gaiters.
I think that was
yeah.
probably smart.
I was actually
Those
thinking
are
how
the-
much time it probably took me to like when I would do my shoe sock changes to take the gaiter off and put it back on. I mean, it probably was like 5 minutes of the day. It's like, but I think it was worth it. I mean, not having because
I
there's
think
so many sandy sections on the course and like the kitty litter and like the little like rocks and stuff.
Yeah, my
help.
gaiters were a little bit loose at the ankle, so I wound up changing them at June Mountain but I think at that point it was a little too far gone.
There have definitely been people coming into the finish that describe their feet as hamburger meat. And they
Yeah.
also describe the last descent off the summit as entirely unnecessary.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I called it rude.
That actually was another question that someone had asked was like, what was it like going up the Mammoth Mountain to start and then knowing the entire race that you had to finish with that?
You're already up pretty high though at Minaret Vista, so it wasn't quite the same climb as we did at the beginning, which is a little deceiving if you don't look really closely at the course. So yeah, I mean, there's so much climb at the end of the race, even before you do the final push to the summit. But once you're at Minaret Vista, you kind of feel like you're home free, even though you have a little punchy climb left. But I thought, as bad as I felt, I actually thought that like the climb itself really isn't like that crazy. Yeah.
I thought the descent was way worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Personally,
what
I
that was
didn't
gonna be
care.
my
I
next
didn't care
question.
at all about the ascent.
Unnecessary
Much.
rocks.
Yeah, but it was so steep. It was so steep, and it was a little like the footing didn't feel super stable, and it was my quads suck at descending. I think that is something I learned. Because I mean, I could have climbed up the mountain all day, but the second you put me on that steep descent with the cat litter and baby heads, I fell apart pretty epically.
I can't even picture that. I don't think I've ever seen you not look.
Well, I didn't fall apart, but I was complaining
Her
to
fall
Harry.
apart is very different than ours.
Yeah, that's
There were
true.
some
You're in
F-bombs.
another
Everyone else's
league.
normal pace. Or,
She
Yeah.
just swore a little bit more.
I
That was
swore.
all.
Yeah, poor Harry. Shout out to Harry.
I'm sure it was just in one ear, out the other ear at that point. My favorite is the unfiltered conversations at the finish line. Like last night, middle of the night, there's nothing better than someone sitting on the chair for their after portrait and then just like verbal diarrhea of everything that's in their head at the moment. And it's like pretty awesome, right? Like you
Yeah.
really are just going to say absolutely anything that comes into your mind,
Yeah.
for better or worse.
Yeah, it's crazy how like stripped down you get from a 200. Like I thought hundreds, it's like, wow, you're like as vulnerable as you can possibly be when you finish
Bet.
this thing and just like 200's other level, It's like you are like nothing, like ego's completely gone. Like every bit of you is gone except your like physical being. And it's kind of like I don't know, it's kind of cleansing in a way.
Yeah,
I think.
and I was saying this a little bit before the race, but 100 milers don't get me to quite the same amount of like vulnerability that 200s have. And I think it's just that extra night. Who's finishing right now? Is
Clara's
it Clara?
finishing.
Oh my God, it's Clara.
Clara's
There's your
finishing.
girl.
There you go, Clara.
Sorry, I've been waiting for this moment.
Claire's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
She's cool.
Clara.
Oh my God, she's still smiling. I saw her at a
stoked.
couple
She
spots.
is
Okay,
at the-
so
we're gonna have to wrap this
pressure.
up soon so we can go say hi to her.
Yeah.
before
Yeah,
she-
But,
we're gonna wrap
anyway.
up here.
All right,
We're gonna
whatever.
wrap
My
up here
200s
we
are
have
fun.
to see Clara.
200s are fun. Moving on.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I often say that about like the 100K versus 100 mile. Where
Yeah.
I'm like, 100K
Different
is cool,
beast.
but you just barely like look into the pain cave. Like just give it a
Yeah.
look around.
Yeah.
But like 100s is
Deep.
where you go deep, where you're like
Right.
you're living in
Mhm.
it. So I couldn't even imagine a 200. There were
Yeah.
a lot of raw conversations about raw body parts and pooping pants and all sorts of things.
Yeah, there were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you and I had a nice little conversation out there about that.
Wait, is
That's
this one of the
actually another
questions or is this?
Someone did
a
ask a
comment.
question.
Someone asked the question?
Somebody asked a
statement.
question. How many times did you guys poop out there in a 200 miler?
Like
In our
My
pants?
pants are on the trail. Yeah.
No, intentionally.
I was like looking for the drone. Like, where's that damn drone at? Like, is it gonna get me on
for
camera
future
as I'm, like,
reference,
pooping?
we do tell our drone crew and all of our camera crew, like, there's like, if anyone waves you off, immediately just
I need
cut
to learn
send
the
B-roll.
wave
I
because
think we
apparently I
did at
peed
one
on
time.
stream.
Well, yeah, sometimes we think it's a waving, like, hi.
I
and then
wave
they're
at the
like,
drones
cool.
a lot. I do wave at the drones a lot.
Yeah,
You gotta
but-
be like Nix-nay,
yeah,
you know?
okay. I'll
Yeah,
have to
we'll
learn.
give us a hand signal next time because
Okay.
we did catch you having a nice little potty break on a post.
Whatever.
Apparently, like you're very fast at it.
Yeah.
Our drone
you gotta
pilot,
be.
like was like trying to pull away and they're like, no.
I was like already done.
But then there was also Tara who just
mooned the camera.
and ran for the heck of it. So.
I pooped twice in a toilet.
Oh wow.
Hey.
How did yours go,
Cat
Jimmy?
holes, yeah. Not as nice.
Yeah.
But I managed and
We all manage.
yeah, dug some holes and hid out in the forest.
Contributed to the kitty litter.
Yeah.
Eh. Well, you know, it's
It
like
could have
what?
been worse, I'll say. It was bad, but it could have been way worse.
It always can be worse.
Yeah,
always be
that's
worse.
fair. I mean, things happen in 100 miles, let alone 200 miles. You know, it's just all sorts of fun stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap it up. We're gonna do a couple quick questions: pancakes or waffles?
I prefer pancakes.
I'd say waffles.
Music or no music?
I don't do any.
Training, music, race, none.
Nice. Uphill or downhill?
Uphill.
Up.
Cheers.
Do you ever change shoes or just keep the same pair?
I changed shoes, but not models. So
Okay.
Shoes and models and socks 3 times, maybe 4 times.
Wow. Very different approaches there. I like
Gotta
that.
keep
There's
those
no-
feet dry for me. Gotta keep them dry.
yeah, I changed socks twice.
Okay.
I think. But I don't know. I was just on a different planet.
we saw.
Weren't we all?
We got that.
Yeah.
Nighttime or daytime running?
I like nighttime.
Day. Day for sure.
Nice. And last question, what was the biggest crux of the course? For you individually.
I do stand by my scouting assessment that Glass Mountains broke a lot of people. So I'll say that was pivotal in, I think, the female side of the race. That was pretty pivotal. So yeah, Glass Mountains.
I'd say I think it was at a Grant that had the big climb.
Parker
like
Bench.
loose and yeah, that was way harder than I thought it was going to be.
And
I
technical.
thought that was crazy
The
technical
descent
and like
into
and the
Silk
descent.
or whatever
yeah, that was just a butt kicker. I'd say that
Yeah,
was it for
that
me.
sucked.
Where I just wasn't quite prepared to
That's
get
when
hit
I
that
should have made
hard.
a move,
And
and
it was
I
hot.
didn't.
Yeah, you could have definitely. Yeah,
Yeah.
you would have had it.
I was
right
too
there.
tired. That's what
and
Kevin
it was
says.
hot.
He was like, "You could have taken Jimmy there," and I was like, "Well,
And
we don't
when
know."
she was, I think, in like when she was mentioning earlier about the like hottest time for her, I was like a little ahead, right? So it was like me going up that climb was pretty dang hot, and I forgot my ice bandana through there because I used it a few times. And it was so helpful, like the East Peak ice bandana.
I had a bandana, or well,
Yeah.
I had a hood, and I just put ice
Okay.
in it.
But yeah, sorry, long answer.
Yeah, that's fair. I love it.
yeah,
Last
yeah.
question for Hillary. Running a 200-mile race or directing a 200-mile race? Which would you rather do?
Ooh, good question. I mean, I want to run this race, quite honestly, because I just think the course is so rad. Directing it, I feel just as exhausted, and I think I could probably beat you both for the amount of sleep, at least now, post-race.
She's like, I know.
Correct.
still
I
in
slept
it.
last night for like 10 hours.
I still have a whole nother night and day to go. So, but hey, you know, it's just really cool to be part of it. And I feel like, whether you're running it, crewing it, volunteering, or race directing it, it's like everyone shows up and is just like out here busting our butts to make it happen. And it's,
I hope you can run it.
I know.
You
Tim
can see
would
how
kill
we
me.
feel.
Hi, Tim.
Maybe we both run it next year and we get Tim and Jamil to do the back end. Yeah.
Excellent
Signing
decision.
Jamil up for
Payback.
things when he's not even here.
They're not even here to protest, so there we go.
No. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Hillary, Rachel. Oh my gosh.
Jimmy,
I'm blanking.
Elam,
I'm just kidding.
the men's
Jimmy.
winner.
Thank you guys for joining us. This has been such a really, it's a great conversation to sit down and have. Let people understand kind of what it takes to do these kind of events and how special this race is, and just kind of the overall what the inaugural Mammoth 200 really was out there. We got to see a lot, but we didn't hear the stories until just now, so thank you guys so much for sharing it. On that note, we're going to cut back to the finish line, and we're going to make sure that we get every single finish here at the Mammoth 200.
Yay.
Yay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
This is
Thank you,
awesome.
guys.
So much fun.
right there. what you like that.
jealousy.